coach.
He won't be here today.
Oh, sad.
Hello, welcome everyone. We're live. So we got some brief news. We are on track on the channel currently to probably make 500 by the end of December. We're really close. We're at 267 now, and probably by the end of next week we'll be at 300. So that's pretty nuts. What's also pretty nuts is that the monk video that came out recently already has over 600 views, and could well make 700 by its first week, which is a brand new record. That's pretty crazy. So yeah, it's just every week I'm always surprised by how far we're coming along on the channel, and I just want to thank everyone for either being here and being in the games and creating entertainment, or, you know, for everyone who likes to watch these, which, by the way, we're still pretty consistently getting pretty much like 30 people watching each of these streams, at least post the fact. So that's really exciting, and I'm sure by the time the next campaign starts, we'll have even more consistent watchers, since they'll hop on and watch from the first episode. So, like, every time we start one of these, there's just going to be more and more people. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be really crazy. Speaking on Shadows That Laugh, we will not be having a session of Shadows That Laugh next week because of Thanksgiving and Black Friday. I always tell everyone to, you know, spend time with their family, and I always appreciate people that can do so. So, no matter what my schedule is, we're not having a session next Friday. Same goes for Table Talk. We're not having that next Thursday, because that's actually Thanksgiving. And I will also not have an anima session the following Monday, as unfortunately I think I and my fiance need to go see my family, but we're not able to actually go on Thanksgiving, so we're gonna have to go, you know, the Sunday, Monday after. So that's the schedule for the upcoming future. Also, speaking on upcoming things, everyone needs to keep an eye out for the Ranger video coming out tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's going to be a lot of fun. The Ranger is nuts, and they're a very fun class, and they can do a lot. Ranger surprised me with the number of build possibilities that can go into their kit, just because of a variety of things they have available. So please check that video. I'm sure anyone and everyone can learn something interesting about Ranger, especially if you're coming over from 5e, because I'll tell you, Rangers and Pathfinder, they're delicious, really good. And sorry if I sound a little croaky today. My nose has been running like crazy, so I'm still rehydrating after waking up. But, you know, it's just that time of year, unfortunately. Also, today, you might have heard at the beginning of the stream, we're going to be missing one of our players today. Cyrus. Or not Cyrus. Yeah, Cyrus. Oh, God, I have a Cyrus and a Kyrus. Oh, that's confusing. Cyrus will not be here today, unfortunately. He's gone, coincidentally, with my co-host for Table Talk, Alex, to Austin for Alex's sister's wedding, so they're not gonna be here today, but that'll be okay. Today we'll have, well, today we'll have a variety of things depending on player actions, so I hope you're all ready to get into it. And I really wish I had a better image to show than just the world map right now. There's just no pictures of Nine Walls. There is a picture of like some orcs training, but that's about like the closest they get in the book. So that's really disappointing, especially because Nine Walls sounds like such an interesting civilization. And they talk about it quite a bit, but there's just no maps or anything of it right now currently. So in the future, hopefully they'll add something, but for now we're just going to have to settle with the map in Theater of the Minds. Everyone has a good imagination, right? That's why we're all playing tabletop.
I mean, I'd be fine with just one giant picture of the Rainmaker.
Yeah, give us Daddy Rainmaker.
Just, you know, my husband all zoomed in and full glory.
He's in your compendium. You can look at him as much as you want. Everyone rushes to the compendium. Right. Anywho, so where we last left off, after your harrowing battle with the Butcher, you all were saved by the Rainmaker we just mentioned a moment ago. Morclow Hornbreaker, who was watching over his daughter and apparently came in at the last moment to ensure that she was not at least finished off. Also coming in and making a portal to Nine Walls, which made your trip back very, very easy. You didn't have to take a bunch of exhausted orcs all the way across the Mwangi Expanse back to Nine Walls. That being the case, you all had to take some time, recuperate from your harrowing battle, and when you were all released, and of course Zexo, who wasn't really injured, had been experiencing it for the days before, you were all ambushed in a sense by a variety of orcs from Matakali, which is the innermost city of Nine Walls, all of which were interested in making connections with you all in one way or another, inviting you all to nice dinners or offering special propositions, as you would all establish yourselves as heroes of sort, going and saving a bunch of Matangi orcs and fighting to, an inch of your death. You will left a really strong impression on the orcs of Nine Walls. So, you're all given some gold as a reward for saving the orcs, as well as free lodging and food for, the remainder of your stay. And you were all told that it was no rush, but when you were all ready, you needed to go see the elder council members of the Matangi. And you had also planned a special dinner with Tani Tani, so you just need to go to the rainforest. And then I think last time mostly was just everyone looking and buying and things and shopping and downtime stuff, so.
Also becoming fascinated over a waffle iron.
Yes, we can't forget our dribble imprint waffle iron.
The most
I
important this party has.
I spend like 60% of my time in this city just like outside that shop looking in the window at the like really nice waffle iron. The like mithril enchanted snazzy waffle iron. Ooh.
You can make so many waffles. But, with that, so I'll hand the reins over to y'all. What are you doing besides watching Waffle Irons?
Absolutely nothing. I think I'm spending some time with my new pals, the Orc Boys, at the Akuja. Those guys.
The Akuja are elves, so probably not them.
You told me to write this.
Oh, no, sorry. There's the Akuja, and Akuja's the city that they're in. I think it's like the outermost layer.
Yeah, those guys.
There's still Matangi orcs, but of the
Akuja.
yeah, of the outer ring. I see.
I was gonna say for a split second, wrong campaign.
Yeah, right.
Listen, I wrote letter for letter what you typed in chat. So
Yeah, you just didn't mention that it was the city. I'm gonna go hang out with the Akuja because there's the...
yeah, I'm out of the city, guys. I'm going to the elves.
It's going to the elves.
I'm more interested over there.
I'm gonna say that when Morklau exists.
Morklau. Anywho. So yeah, what are y'all doing?
I just want to learn more about the jungle in general, fighting folks in the jungle.
Okay.
Has the week gone by for my retraining?
Yes.
Takuma would try to make connections just so she has training, since she knows some of the orcs do have hand-to-hand combat fighting stuff.
All right. Understandably, for those who are less tapped into the vein of the social networks, you're pretty easily mistaken for just another Matangi orc. So it doesn't really cause any waves until someone notices you, and then they're all super excited that one of the adventurers is training with them.
Minor embarrassment and blush on her part, but she still continues with training, hoping to learn something from them.
You do learn that a lot of what the Matangi do in a lot of situations are grappling maneuvers and then striking with their tusks, which your orc form doesn't have very pronounced tusks, so it would be somewhat difficult, but...
No, but she does have fangs. She's just in the wrong form for them.
It's true. But hey, you might learn something in that regard, I suppose. The Matangi have a very unique style of combat that is a blending of martial prowess and orcish ferocity. You can see why being their enemy would be a bad thing when you go through their training. Especially because, culturally speaking, many of them just enjoy the act of physical training in combat. But I am more asking, like, once you're all done with your downtime, what do y'all do?
Math volunteers at a hospital until the group is ready.
Do we want to go to the dinner with Tani Tani first, or do we want to go to the elders first?
You know I want to go to the dinner with Tiny Tiny.
We have to go to dinner. That's
Her daddy might be there.
that's number one priority.
Guess we're going to dinner with Tani Tani next.
Okay. Well, then you'll need to go to the rainforest. Within Madakali, there is a particular... If you've ever been to, like, those gated communities, where it's not like there's an actual gate or anything, but it's walled off, and all the houses kind of look the same, well, that's kind of what the rainforest is. It's a bunch of really nice looking buildings, you know. All of them are good, you know, like 4-bedroom houses. And they all have very characteristic green roofs made from a kind of, it looks like a kind of plaster or cement that has a very deep green to it, giving it the sensation that they're all like trees, essentially. Compared to the other more modernistic structures and styles and Madakali at its core, this has a lot more of that Mwangi feel to it. And you look and there's tons of houses around, and then you realize that all these houses belong to children of Morklau. There's just a whole neighborhood of them right here. It does look like many of the homes are currently like not in use. Either members are off doing Mitanji Orc things or what have you. You also notice that there's a good amount of children running around. And a wide variety of orcs, half-orcs, and human women kind of watching. It's just a bizarre sensation, knowing that this entire neighborhood is pretty much just Morklau and his harem. And you would guess that a majority of the children are probably Morklau's. But, heading off to the address that Tani Tani mentioned, you knock on the door. And after a brief moment, the door is opened up, and a human woman, answers the door, and she says, "Hello, can I help you?" She looks to be one of the she looks to be Yamasan. Which, for those who've been in the Mwangi for an extended period of time, the Yamasans were a culture of humans that lived on the coasts near the Eye of Abendego before the Eye of Abendego kind of destroyed their native homeland, coming through and just completely destroying the coast, making most of their homes no longer livable. While they can be found in many places close to the Sodden Lands, none have taken them in more than the Matangi orcs, who well integrated them into their society. And the Amasans are well known for their agricultural cultures. So they actually helped improve the Matangi by leaps and bounds, and you can guess that a good majority of half-orcs are Yamasan. Some fun lore for y'all there.
Wowie.
I do have a question for you, Cam.
Sure.
I know that, like, in general, we're all speaking Mwangi and everything, but do the Matangi speak Orcish as well often, or are they kind of, like, fully kind of shifted to Mwangi?
They mostly speak Mwangi. They do have a lot of Orcish slang that mixes in. They also, technically, they have their own dialect of Orc. It's not, like, exactly Orcish. It's the Mwangi variant, since the Orcs came from the underground many centuries ago. You know, while most Orcs in many areas kept the standard Orcish, the ones of the Mwangi shifted in due to their, you know, constant connections to, like, the Akuje and other peoples of the Mwangi. It just became, like, its own dialect.
Okay. I was just curious because I chose Orcish as one of my languages that I knew and wondered if it would be actually ever appropriate to really use it instead of Mwangi. But
most people here speak a good mix of languages, a lot of range of dialects, so you can always feel free to speak Orcish. Most orcs innately understand Orcish, and since your character's also from the Mwangi, you probably have more of the Mwangi dialect of it.
just for future reference, as far as, you know, like, building familiarity and stuff, that kind of thing.
Sure. Many, especially in Monikale, most of them just speak Mwangi, as their intenseness on multiculturalism forces them to, but they also just really enjoy the idea of, you know, speaking the language of the lands, as it was. If you kind of go out to the more, you know, warrior style orcs, they're a lot more frequently using Orcish, or at least heavy, like, coded Orcish slang.
Okay. Which is probably what I'd have more experience with anyway in my previous travels.
Probably.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Sure. I'm always happy to answer any questions y'all have. But yes, this woman is here. She's got her dreads pulled back into a nice ponytail. She looks pretty well off, you know. She's got nice clothing. Fairly light, but still that darkish skin. And she looks at you all a little confused.
I want to make an impression.
Do you have the impression thing to do it right away? Otherwise, you gotta talk to her for at least a minute.
I don't think so.
Then you gotta talk to her for at least a minute.
Anyway. I'm doing it. I'm gonna stand here for a minute, having a conversation with this mom.
Then go ahead and talk to her.
Is she hot? This is important.
It's purely subjective.
I mean, she's hot.
Are we able to infer that, like, based on age, that she might be, like... Is Tani Tani a half-orc, or is she a full orc?
That's a good question. I think I'm 27.
Don't know. She looked pretty orcish last you saw. But
Okay.
she could just be a very orcish half-orc.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to see if we have enough knowledge to infer this might be a person related, or if they work.
This woman seems to be pretty young.
Okay.
You would guess she's probably in her like early or about her mid to late 20s.
So same as me.
Yes.
All right. So a little young to have at Tani Tani.
You guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, if she's here, she's either sleeping with Rainmaker or the result of sleeping with Rainmaker.
She's sleeping with Tani Tani.
Oh, I support it. I think that's a good idea. How
we have
old is
no
Tani
idea.
Tani?
About early to mid 20s.
Is this Tani Tani's residence?
Very good.
Yes. Tani Tani's not in at the moment, but Tani Tani lives here. She gives you a kind smile.
I don't know why I'm the one taking this up. I don't have charisma.
You're the one who wanted to make an impression. You just said so.
I know. We were invited by Tani Tani to have a meal.
Oh yes, you must be the ones that she mentioned.
Very likely.
I believe she went to Watanji at the moment, but she should be back this evening, or you can all see if you can go and get in contact with her.
I wouldn't want to disrupt whatever business she has.
Oh no, she's mostly just going to go see some of her old school friends.
We don't want to impose on you, so should we just come back later, guys?
Yeah, we can just come back later.
Oh, you don't have to worry. I can set some things up and you can all come inside if you would like. It just might be a few hours. I would hate to keep you all if you had other more important things to do.
I don't have anything.
No, nothing. Nothing important.
I don't mind.
Then certainly.
Okay. She gives you a warm smile and lets you all in. The interior of the home is very well designed. There is a lot of beaded mats, nice pelts, furniture that's strange, made from a very thick fibrous plant that's been warped and bent into the shape of furniture in many places, as well as really nice silk like cushions and pillows, which unfortunately Takuma is gonna go get food, but Takuma would recognize that these are actually materials made by, oh my goodness,
Spider people, right?
yes,
Ankati or whatever.
Anadi, that's what it is.
That's the one.
Yes, these are Anadi silk pillows and sheets. These are all, it looks like when you go to your rich friend's house. It's a lot that same feeling.
I feel weird about it because I just got new clothes and like I want to like heavily like explore orcish fighter style, and so like I'm not wearing the coat that I got to go with it, so I'm in like a tank top to show off the new scars I got all over my arms and stuff. And like I feel out of place because I'm very casual.
That's fair. Well, she takes no short time to bring you all in and sets you up in the living room area. There's a variety of nice cushioned seats and everything like that, and you can also see that the kitchen is like a nice open kitchen not far off. And she goes to start making some tea and snacks for everyone. It's never comfortable entering into a stranger's home for the first time. But you all take a look around, and you can see that the house is it's got a lot of the cultural flair to it, where a lot of Madakali is very, like, multiculturalism, and you get just aspects from all over the Mwangi as well as from other far-off lands. This has a very strong Mwangi feel to it. It's a lot more of a traditional style home.
Is there like a coat hanger?
Yeah, there's a coat hanger.
I hang my gun up on that.
Okay. It can join Tani's axe.
I know I don't need to be bringing my gun around, but like whenever I have it, a lot of orcs come up to me and tell me how cool I am, so I like carrying it around now.
That's very legitimate.
That's fair.
But yes, talking about it, you realize that a lot of the cushions and pillows here are made from Anadi silk.
Soft smile. It is a comfort. Something she hasn't had since she was back home. And she also makes a slight mention of it while our host is away making snacks. And this looks like really high quality and naughty craftsmanship.
Oh yeah. These are the kind of pillows that they're paying gold for, you know.
I do that thing where like I try to hide how uncomfortable I am with this environment by being like way too relaxed in it, and I start like touching all of the pillows and stuff and like making myself at home. Like how do these pillows feel? I gotta know.
Goodness. You know, it's the kind of pillows that when you run your hand across, you can just feel how smooth the silk is that makes them up. Where most, like, cushions in this day and age are very, like, corded fiber and all that kind of stuff like that. They're doable for what they do, you know, to be a cushion for being sat on or as a support. Very few places even have pillows that feel this good, you know, even amongst the ritzier places. The Anadi silk is incredibly smooth, and inside you can definitely detect a very nice, like, down inside, making them incredibly fluffy. And, you know, in comparison to many other types of cushions and pillows, these feel like clouds.
I immediately get super uncomfortable again after I have a minor orgasm at how amazing these pillows are.
Well then.
Zexel's gonna find one of like the like kind of larger ones. If there's one that's like a bit larger, that is basically like a full body pillow for Zexel. And it's gonna do the thing, you know, where like set it down, and it's gonna like, you know, like the cat thing where you like walk circles around it and then lay down and curl up on it.
Adorable.
Like a doggy bed.
Does Dribble get his own pillow?
Dribble sits on top of me. But someone could set a pillow on top of Zexel, and then Dribble could be on that pillow. And make like a stacking tower of pillows.
Actually, that would be adorable. Takuma would attempt that. Find like a really small pillow and just put it up there for him.
I'm like freaking out because now I'm defaulting to mom mode where I'm like, guys, don't touch anything. This is way too expensive and nice. I don't want anyone to ruin anything.
It's fine. A naughty slug is durable.
This is anxiety, the house.
In short order, the woman comes in and she sets down a very nice looking tea set, as well as a bunch of, oh goodness, I'm very not familiar with she sets down some what look like they look like a little bit of meatballs. And if you try them, you find that they're actually made of yams. And they have a nice savory sweetness to them, with a slightly doughy texture. As well as some kind of fried lamb, just made into small bite-sized chunks.
Takuma tries one of the yam. He just is in awe of the flavor and just looks extremely happy. Like, this is amazing.
Thank you. My mother taught it to me how to make those. As well as the samosas.
Is the yam ball actually a meatball with yam, or is it just a yam in like a meatball shape?
It's just a yam in a meatball shape. It's made by putting it in like oil with other kind of like savory ingredients added into it, so that the sweetness of the yam is slightly cooked over and seeped in by savory juices and the such.
Zexel will try some of the yam balls, but will avoid the lamb.
Okay.
I try both. And am extremely delighted.
She then sits across from you all. And she says, I've heard of your heroics. It's not very often that foreigners get to come into Matakali. Much less in the wake of the Rainmaker. You all must have left a good impression on the Matangi.
Takuma finishes whatever food was left in her mouth. Like, in all honesty, it's been an experience.
She smiles and she's like, I can understand. For many who don't know the Matangi all that well, they can be, well, they are full of lots of life. That's the easiest way to say it, at least.
Though if anyone was the true hero, it was Tani Tani.
I admit, I was very worried when I heard that she had come back and she was in not the best condition. But she came back in one piece, and that's all I can ask for.
At that point, Zex will just chime in. So, Tiny Tiny is the only reason we came back in one piece, so... Guess we should all be grateful.
Well, it's best you don't downplay any of your achievements amongst the Mentanji. They don't like when people come across as overly humble.
I've always had a certain respect for the Metanji, and so this is very nice for me.
I can understand.
It
When
doesn't
not
feel
many...
too real.
Sorry, what was that? What'd you say?
Just still doesn't feel too real.
Well, I can understand. When my people, were pushed from their homelands, the Mantanji were the ones who quickly took us in. And while I was still very young at the time, it's been a lot. But they have all been very kind to us and show us no prejudice despite our lack of, physical prowess that they have.
Could I make a roll to see if I can remember when the Eye of Abednego started?
Sure.
Would that be a society?
That would be a society roll, or a religion lore, actually, weirdly enough.
Right after she made that comment, Zex was going to chime in. Well, with how nice they treat me, it's very obvious that physical aptitude is definitely not their only measure of greatness.
Well, that might also be because you look like the Cloud Dragons? Was it Cloud Dragons?
Yes.
Yeah, or Sky Dragons. It's one of those two. That are very well known in the region. I'm sure you may have gotten many questions on your connections to them.
Oh, well, of course. Cloud Dragon's how I got all my powers.
Well, then there you go.
I have a certain connection to Cloud Dragons myself.
Oh, and what would that be?
I believe it has something to do with my heritage. I just have a certain affinity with them.
You don't look it, but I'm not one to doubt.
That's definitely true. I do have a much greater affinity with shadows.
So Tanya, based on your role. The
Tani or Takuma?
Oh, sorry, Takuma. T names. You remember, that, and it was a really easy roll, so not 20ing it as well, made it even more strange. The Age of Lost Omens, which started over 100 years ago, was heralded by Aroden's mysterious death and the forming of the Eye of Abednego. When the Eye of Abednego was formed, it drowned out the nations of Lirgan and Yamasa. It was also around that time that the World Wound opened in northern Avistan. But that happened in 4606, and it is currently 4721.
So over 100 years ago?
Yes. It was 109 years ago, or 119 years ago.
And she says she was a little girl when the Matanji took her tribe in.
Yes.
Takuma pauses. I apologize. All of this greetings, and I didn't bother to ask what your name was.
Oh, it's no problem at all. My name is...
Pause for dramatic
Sure.
effect.
Making sure I'm spelling the names right. Afua Hakizimana.
Nice to meet you, Afua. I'm Takuma.
The pleasure is mine.
Zexel's just gonna hold up Dribble and say, "This is Dribble, gift from the Cloud Dragons," and then just not introduce himself at all.
She smiles and nods, and she's like, "Well, it looks like a powerful spirit."
I am Ref.
She bows slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
My name is Gib.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Likewise.
How's that making an impression going?
Sits awkwardly around the table waiting for Tiny Tony to get home.
All right. So, you all chat for a bit. You know, getting to know Afua and asking her a variety of questions. Eventually, Takuma, you learn that she is not 100 years old. the Amasans, after their homeland was taken, spent a lot of time traveling around the Mwangi to find a place of their own. There was also the concern of the Chalaxians that had overtaken what is now Vidrian. What used to be called Sargova. That they might be taken into slavery at some point. There was many of the other, human nations were also struggling at this time. There's the constant issues with the demonic threats within the Mwangi, as well as goodness, what are they? There's so many names I gotta remember. Angazon, the evil god of apes. Apes, jungles, and tyrants. Also known as the Ravenous King, the one who created the Charuka. So there was a very long period of time where the Amasans were kind of moving from place to place. No one really ever opened them or accepted them with open arms until about 20 years ago or so, when the Matangi kind of stumbled across the Amasans, and seeing that they were mostly, put out, the Matangi opened their walls to the Amasans to come and live with them. And over the last 20 years, the Matangi have been building up a very strong multiculturalism. In fact, this whole non-warrior aspect thing is a relatively new development as far as the Matangi are concerned. Especially because the Amasans were very integral to the agricultural boom for the Matangi, and with less need for hunting and the like, the Matangi were able to much more easily flourish.
Takuma is just sitting there fascinated in all of this conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure I've heard a lot of this already, but I'm still into it.
It depends. The Mwangi is a big place, and the woes of an individual group of people can be, as relevant as it might be to your situation.
Can you remind me what the name of these people were again? Because I'm terrible at remembering names.
This type of people, of human?
Yeah, from the shore.
Yeah.
Oh yes, typed up. Perfect.
They are the Amasan.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm kind of sad we don't get the artwork that's in the Mwangi book for all of the different human tribes and all of that, because there's some beautiful artwork.
I can pull up the picture of the Amasans, actually.
Did it come with all of those? I don't remember finding them.
Yeah, it's in the Mwangi stuff.
Zexel does want to ask Upwa about the agriculture and how it was. What's so unique about it that made it so impactful?
Well, my people first originated on the coast. Pretty far out, in fact. You can see only barely what they once was. There's a map available, and she kind of points out to this region. Because we got rain all the time, and because much of the land itself was constantly covered with salt and such and made it hard to grow, our people developed many ways to get fresh water to the crops and to utilize things like seaweed and other types of sea plants as fertilizer that seem to actually give much growth to the many plants that we grew.
Zexel's like taking notes in my formula book on one of the pages in the back.
It was developed out of necessity, but in turn, it turns out that we managed to flourish. Well, much of the Mwangi is full of vibrant life, and many do not have to try too hard to grow plants or other types of agriculture. It's not efficient if you just rely on the jungle to provide. So my people developed the techniques that made it so that you could provide more than enough food, especially for the rainy seasons.
Zexel, do you know anyone I could talk to that like specializes in this? I would love to learn more.
I'm sure there are definitely some. There is, let's see here. I think there's a ring of the nine walls that's dedicated to it, actually. Yes. In Yamanji, which is just outside Matakali, that is where the most of our agriculture is done. I'm sure you could speak to many of the elders in that area and get a loose understanding of where we come from.
Oh, thank you so much. Hurriedly scribbles it into the notebook. My people are rather reliant on trapping and hunting for food, and our agriculture is lacking, we'll say. So, anything I can bring back would be amazing news.
Of course, we would more than happily share our secrets. We know more than most what it's like when you have to depend on, subsisting. Anyway, this is the image they gave in the book. technically it's for the Lorengi, but the Lorengi and the Masans are very close, phenotype-wise.
At some point throughout the conversation, Takuma would inquire as to where they found such high quality unnaughty silk.
Oh. There is a lot you can get in Matakali. And Tani Tani has been, well, a prime example of what a Matanji should be. So she has been given many awards and lots of rewards for her services. Almost on cue in this point, you hear the front door open. And Tani Tani kind of walks in. And she sees you and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." She kind of quickly comes over. "You happened to come on the one day that I was not home. I apologize if I had to make you wait for too long." She bows respectfully.
We've just been having pleasant conversation.
She smiles and puts a hand on Afua's shoulder. "Well, did you all come to have dinner?"
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay.
Also, Zexel wants to present a gift to Tani Tani
Okay.
because it only costs 2 gold to get the imprint waffle iron with dribble on it.
Fair.
So I went ahead and picked that up while we were doing all this stuff. So we have one for us, and then I'm gonna give one to Tani Tani.
All right. She accepted and she says, "Thank you. This is interesting. Though we did not expect any gifts from you all, of course. In fact, we were planning on treating you." "But we'll humbly accept this." And she smiles and she goes and puts it in the kitchen.
Yes, well, Dribble wanted you to have it, so
Ah, I see. Well,
just holds up Dribble.
thank you, Dribble. And she gently pets Dribble. Happy axolotl noises. Whatever you imagine those are, that's what happens.
Which also sounds like it's like rumbling thunder because Dribble's little like storm cloud that's like kind of like purring.
Adorable. So, I guess we can get ready. Was there anywhere in town you'd like to go?
Do you have any recommendations? I'm still getting a layout for the city.
Preferably somewhere quieter.
She nods. I know of a place that you get some seating that's, you know, more or less well off by itself. It's called the Canopy, and it's a really nice place. A bit expensive, but that's not a concern. Apo gets up. and heads off to prep for dinner. Get nice and dressed up for the evening. Tani kind of goes and does the same, and it doesn't take too long before you all head out to a nice venue. The Canopy is a very nice restaurant that you kind of have to climb up a spiraling staircase until you get to a large open venue where you have a very nice like wooden deck that overlooks like a good part of the city, and they have a bunch of like potted trees in this section that still give it that jungle feeling. Many of the tables are kind of far offset. It's a place that has a lot of good atmosphere. They have like hanging candles in places, and imagine going to like a really nice like jungle themed restaurant, and that's kind of just what this is.
How underdressed are we?
A lot of you are wearing newer clothing. Granted, many of you look like adventurers, but that's pretty standard fare in Nine Walls. So you see some other like orcish families that are out having dinner as well. They do look a little bit more posh and prim, but it's only if you're trying to compare yourself to the upper crust. Many of the Matangi wear more practical clothing or, more travel-based clothing.
Well, I'm sure with Tani with us, people watching us first thought isn't going to be, look at how bad their clothes are or anything.
Considering we've been nothing but courted and flirted with up until now, I don't think that's our main issue.
Honestly, if standing out probably just benefits you all more than anything.
Right. Fair enough.
And it's interesting, where before you saw Tani is, standardly, she likes to wear like a nice, like dress, but very fitted for travel and all that kind of stuff. This night she's wearing something a little bit more dressy, more high class and after as well. And it's it's a very different side to Tani than like the rough and tumble tomboyishness she normally represents. But yeah, y'all sit down and eat out, and they provide really good food here, and it's all very well done.
Throughout the entirety of it, Chakama brings up what Afua mentioned about Tani's accomplishments, and is just inquiring as to what Tani thinks is her greatest achievement.
Well, I'm not like my father, who can snap the horns of demons with his bare hands. But I have been out on many excursions, and I've been, fighting many of the Charuka and various Usaro for quite a while. I think the thing I was rewarded for the most, though, was using my magics to fend off a horde of the Charuka when we were retreating, because we had been suddenly ambushed. And due to my efforts, not only did I stop us from losing anyone, but I sent many Charuka plummeting into a ravine down below after blowing up a bridge.
It was very impressive.
Yeah. Well, it's I was born with, good parentage, and so I don't know how much of it was actually any of my doing or just my blood, but she looks at her hands. Still, it's my power and I choose to make it mine. She clenches her fists.
Your blood is still a part of you.
That's true. Though I seem to be walking very closely in my father's footsteps, and so it's hard not to feel like I'm being overshadowed by him all the time.
That's fair. I'm sure you'll make your mark. Quite soon. That will set you apart.
She nods. I know I will.
Zex will chime in. Well, it's not just your power that makes you great. I mean, you offered yourself as a distraction, a sacrifice of what could have been a suicide mission for us to save your people. That didn't come from power. That came from you.
Yeah, but in the end, I would have died if my father had not come and saved us, so.
We could have as well.
Afua looks over and she, places a hand on Tiny Tani's and she says, luck is also a part of your skills? Just because someone else came to help you does not mean that you were not any less lucky. Tiny smiles. Anyway. I have done many great things, and I am very fortunate to have the ability to do so. And I'm sure many of you will do much the same. She looks at you all and smiles.
And Takuma smiles and nods.
Zexel's gonna say, we can already do great things. And then have Dribble try to do a handstand on my head. Like a,
It's very adorable.
Can Dribble just do handstands without a check? Is that a thing he can do?
I mean, tell me the check to make and I'll do it.
Doesn't Dribble have like that performance summoner ability?
Well, that helps me.
Well, yeah, but it helps you by being more entertaining with Dribble's
Right.
aid.
Are we gonna
Nice.
count it as me doing a performance check?
I mean, if you want to make an impression with your performance, I believe you have that feat. Sure, go ahead.
I do. All right, let's do it. Scroll down. There it is. Bad. Real bad.
All right. This is what happens when you beg the dice gods to come down, I suppose. You say this, and Dribble does like a handstand for like a brief moment before tumbling down over your face and kind of like slightly scratchy to try to not fall. And it's just a bit of an awkward mess for a moment, but it's entertaining, so
See? Ta-da! Ta-da!
They both
Zexel
give
just
you
kinda, like,
claps.
retreats a little bit.
I applaud.
Takuma does as well.
So does Rav.
I looked down at my meal and realized that it could have been better if it was made in the waffle iron.
So, you all have a nice, wonderful evening. With Tani and her partner. And unless there's any questions you want to ask or anything, it goes by, pretty well. And then after everything is said and done, Tani pays the bill and you're all free to set forth.
I do want to specifically ask Tani about what her plans are. Like, after this. What's going on in the higher echelon of the Matanji kind of thing.
When you ask, she mostly just shrugs and says, I go wherever the various war chiefs send me. It's, the Matanji are always doing many things at once. Granted, after my last journey, I will probably be home for another few weeks before setting out again. Wherever my power might be needed or wherever the war chiefs think I would best be suited to go. The Matanji are always fighting back the Usaro and many other threats of the Mwangi.
Is there a way that we could help with that?
Well. There's not really. It's mostly, that is the way of the Matanji. We have been doing so since long before I was born. I'm sure we'll continue to do so. It's just our way of life. So there's really not much more that can be done other than, well, the war chiefs or the council elders wanted to speak to you all, so I'm sure they have an idea of what they would like some adventurers to do.
Oh, yes. I completely forgot about that. I was far more concerned about seeing you again.
Aw, well, I appreciate it. She smiles. I'm sure you can always come and visit, and if I'm not here, well, I'll probably be back at some point. She smiles.
I would hope so. We'd hate to lose a good friend.
Well, it will take more than some monkeys to get the best of me. She smiles and puffs her chest out.
Well, that is very true. You took out so many, and I've struggled to deal with even one at a time.
We all have our strengths. I would not worry, Zexel. I'm sure within you is a strong power.
Well, of course, I have Dribble with me. As I go stronger, I can bring out more of Dribble's power, and we'll get closer and closer to being a true dragon.
Well, it sounds like you have a lot of potential then.
Actually, Takuma would ask, so how did you and Afua meet?
Oh, well. They look to each other. You see, well, it was embarrassingly rather early for me, Tani says. When I was, born, I was one of the first to be born from the Rainmaker. And my father was incredibly busy at the time. And he was not, engaged to my mother. Nor anyone, really. So, my mother and soon to be many other mothers tended to gather together, and at the time the Yamasans were pretty new to Nine Wells, and you see that she's getting just embarrassed, and that's where Alfrea kind of comes in. She's like, and your mother could not handle you, and so they decided to put someone to watch over you instead, and that was me, she says as she kind of just glows with a moment of superiority. Tai just scowls, and she's like, only because you are slightly older. Back at the time, Matakali was bigger before we separated it off for the Yamunji to set their crops. And so, many of the women at the time raised their kids together. And our moms were friendly, and Afua would watch over me, I guess. And I don't know. We've just been friends for a very long time. And just smile at each other. Many of my siblings are also, with some of the Yamasans.
Now I'm curious, what was Tani like as a child? Just looks at Afua.
Well, they say she inherited her father's spirit. And Tiny gets a little embarrassed, and she's just like, I was not that bad. And she says, you are right, Menace. My mom used to say that they would have to tie you down sometimes just to make sure that you ate your vegetables. And then when her magic came in, it was horrifying. You've never seen so many dark spirits flowing around a child throwing a temper tantrum before. The stories go on and on. And you learn that Tany's just always been a handful. And she takes after her dad in many ways. Being very independent, very forceful, and always eager to, show what they can do. And Zafua has acted as the older sister for the longest time, keeping Tani Tani in check until, their feelings blossomed into something a little bit more than that.
So what we're saying is Tiny Tani has achieved the dream goal of getting together with your babysitter.
Somewhat, yeah. It's more like the childhood friend trope.
Not the way they tell it.
I'm eating
It's
this
very
up.
true.
I'm loving these stories.
But yeah, you learn that Tani Tani is 22 and Afua is 27.
I'm now just imagining a very tiny, young Tani Tani just causing havoc as soon as her magic comes into play.
I consider the fact that I should be making more mischief now that my magic is coming in.
That's true. You don't know exactly where yours is coming from. Tani Tani has demonic blood running through her veins, or at least demon-tainted blood.
Raph is paying attention, but she just still looks distracted.
You okay, Ralph?
I don't know. I'm still thinking about everything. I don't know what it could mean. I have no answers to my questions, but keep asking myself the same questions.
Well, thinking about it with this little information probably isn't going to get you anywhere. So you might as well just hold off till you know more.
Running yourself in circles will only tire you out more.
You're right. But what would you do if you're out of nowhere on a massive, unplanned and unprecedented meteor shower, having a feathered flying snake commanded to protect you? It's just weird. But you're right. I don't have
Raph.
answers.
I just heard a voice that told me bloodbath, 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 and then laughed at me when I almost died. I'm here enjoying myself. Sometimes you gotta just leave things for future you know?
That's fair.
And in all honesty, if I had the situation you had, I personally would see it as a gift from Grandmother Spider. She teaches that we're all here for a reason. We just gotta figure out what that is.
Grandmother Spider?
There's a grandmother spider. Does she knit?
She does. She also has a brother that's an assassin.
Well then.
Yeah, that tracks.
I think I've discovered what I want to hear about next tonight, so...
Takuma waves up. I'm no expert on Grandmother Spider. I just know her teachings.
You're right.
Zexel, you would know. Grandmother Spider is a god who represents like creativity and tricks utilizing one's wit to, pull the eye over your foe's eyes, as it were. She's a very popular deity within the region.
And probably with kobolds in particular.
The kobolds tend to praise more of the cloud dragons than anything, but I'm sure there's definitely some kobolds who look up to Grandmother Spider.
That is fascinating. Do I know anything about this assassin?
Roll religion.
Can I do that too?
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Actually-
not great. Okay.
Do it as well.
Sure.
God damn it. Oh my god.
Oh,
Dang.
jeez, we know nothing about this.
To be fair, this sibling that was mentioned before is not a god of this region specifically.
Also, he's an assassin, so if we knew about him, he probably wouldn't be doing that great a job, huh?
That's fair.
They're just legends that we're told, but legend says she does have that sibling.
Do we know when Tawny's gonna be doing her next thing?
It's at least a couple weeks, so she can rest up and heal.
There is information on Grandmother Spider.
I love her symbol, it's so pretty.
It is very pretty.
To be fair, what Tawny's doing next doesn't necessarily involve you all.
Yeah. I wanna know if this is like the last time we're seeing her.
That's all up to you.
I mean,
Well,
we could just derail the storyline and just follow Tani on her rise to greatness.
Yeah, guys, I'm serving Tawny now as my feudal lord.
I would love that. And then we can get closer to Daddy Hornbreaker.
Yes.
I doomed this campaign before it even started.
Shouldn't
Yeah,
it
you did.
have involved so many hot orcs?
To be fair,
That's
we voted for this.
We voted for this because of the hot orcs.
Yeah,
It's
Should've
just
known.
very true.
you really could have seen this coming.
We gave up pirates for hot orcs. You knew this was gonna happen.
And pirates like the one thing I've wanted to do. So,
And now we want to do hot orcs.
more
And
ways
we
than
want to
one.
have them do us. Yeah. So,
Oh yeah, Zexel's definitely a bottom.
This has gotten out of control.
Gil for sure like thinks he's a top, but we don't know.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy read.
Fair. Well, since Tony's going to be around for a while, we can definitely meet up again after seeing the elders.
It's true.
Does
It's
Tony have any advice for us with the elders? Like, how formal do we have to be? Is there like a protocol?
they are used to handling adventures, so you don't have to do anything too special. I guess other than, remember that they are the heads of Matikali and much of Nine Walls. So, mind your place. But no, you don't have to be overly formal. They're not expecting that from adventurers.
I think we've got everything we need from Tony for now.
I say so, aside from more embarrassing childhood stories.
Well, there's always time for that. But we should probably give Tony a break. Make
It's
sure to ask
y'all's
about a
game.
couple like war stories in between, so that it's not just all embarrassing.
Actually, that's a good read on Tani. Does she look socially drained by the end of our dinner? Because she's been socializing all day.
No, she looks fine. She's a rather robust individual.
Well, we are good company.
That's true.
Do we have anything that we're planning on doing that we need to do?
Talk to the elders. That's about it.
Yeah, because we've.
Unless they give us something.
we should just explore. Just pick west and go walk that way.
Unless they give us something.
Well, Zexel plans on some downtime to go to Yuhangi and learn about agriculture. But apart from that,
That's west, right?
Considering it's a concentric ring, yes. It's also north, east, and south.
Nice.
Well, if you're going to do that, I'm sure I can take more time to train. Did we want to meet up right after the elders with Tani, or do we want to wait a little bit after you're done researching?
we should probably wait a bit. Definitely don't want to become, bothersome by checking all the time. I think probably a good once a week dinner situation would be fair, or at least one more time before we set out on whatever.
Yeah.
We can plan it so it's the night before we leave.
Yes. I'm on board.
I'm okay with this.
Sounds perfect.
Talk at my stretch as well. I'm going to go to bed.
I will go experience the nightlife of the city.
You should probably be careful. I'm sure you'll get many propositions.
Don't worry, I have experience with dealing with such propositions. I will be returning home at a reasonable hour.
I mean, that entirely depends on your definition of a reasonable hour.
Yeah, like 3 a.m.?
You know, you make a good point. Whenever I realize it's been too late, I suppose.
Famous last words.
By the time you realize it's too late, it would have been too late.
This is true. Once the unreasonable requests start coming in more frequently, I will see that as a reasonable time to leave.
Alright, not fun.
Yeah, I guess I go to like, I don't know, a bar or something. I'll take whoever with me if they want to come.
Maybe I'll come along. If anything, just make sure you don't get in trouble.
Am I so untrustworthy?
You've had the voice in your head screaming for bloodbath.
You know? You're not wrong. Come on, let's go.
Did you want to come along, Raft?
Sure.
Actually, now I'm very curious. If Raft gets drunk, does that mean their summon gets drunk as well?
Raph doesn't drink.
No,
But I'm
this is
curious if that
important.
is an actual thing.
Oh, I would think so.
Are Celestials able to get drunk? Seems like
GM
something I
currently
wouldn't be
has his.
surprised if, like, a Celestial just couldn't get drunk.
GM's currently buried in a book reading lore.
I mean, they're not like immune to poison.
Pretty sure alcohol is a poison.
It is considered a poison in high dosage.
They can't get drunk. But I think it's a good question for non-celestial Eidolons.
I mean, like, if we're slowed, stunned, if one of us is slowed, stunned, or quickened, the other one is. Like, it changes the actions you gain, so I don't know.
If one of you is charmed or like feared, does that affect both?
If one of us is immobilized or petrified, it does not affect the other. So I would assume not as well.
But those aren't like mental conditions.
Oh, wait. No, because confused or controlled does not. Well, no, it doesn't affect both.
So, I would assume no. Being drunk does not affect your Eidolon.
It's interesting.
Summoners. So fun.
If one of us were to come under control, the other has to use like all of the actions on the turn. Otherwise, so they don't get to act. Which is kind of interesting, actually.
Yeah, so essentially when it comes to summoning, unless the book specifies, you're considered two different entities for how effects apply. The only thing that carries across always are things like damage. So if you're both if one of you is poisoned, that causes damage, you'll both take the damage. But the other might or probably does not suffer the negative effects of the poison unless it affects their action economy.
Yes. So like a poison that made you clumsy would only affect the one that's poisoned. What?
Did not hear that. You broke up on us.
Well,
Same thing.
let us enter a drinking contest with your Eidolon.
I don't think Qualnin will be impressed with that.
I don't really want to spend time with him right now.
Anyway, how's the bar?
There's many bars of varying degrees. If you all go out, depending on how much money you want to spend, dictates it. Wherever y'all do go, though, there always are many interested Matangi who, seeing you in a mingling zone, decide to mingle.
I mingle responsibly.
Always bring protection, kids. Anyway, it's all up to y'all. You can roleplay as you see fit. Unfortunately, I can't roleplay all the hitting on y'all. Otherwise, we would never do anything else in this campaign.
That's what I want.
It sounds like the goal.
I mean, this is just turning into a giant orc dating sim. Then y'all need to start paying me because I did not sign up for this.
I think I'm not here to get drunk. I'm like slowly sipping like a glass of whiskey or something, you know?
And you obviously don't drink.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, you're sipping on your drinks, your Long Islands or whatever other easy to drink drinks are.
I get a savorable
Water.
drink.
Straight for the whiskey. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
One does not sip whiskey.
Unless you're me, but yeah.
I have water.
3 types of alcohol. Okay.
Oh, I gotta find it. But apparently there was a page I found that has fantasy-themed drinks for, like, mixtures for bars.
Oh, nice. If you find that, post it in the Discord, please.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you. My game I run on Sunday is about to go to a big festival where like a lot of pirates and stuff, so big cultural mixing pot, so that'd be lovely.
Do you want it in the player chat?
Yes, please.
Or do you want me to just message to you personally?
Player chat.
Yeah, player chat so everyone can see it. Be great.
I'll just get whatever the bartender recommends as a cocktail. Give me some nice mixed drink.
Okay, the bartender looks at you. It's a very, very big, like, overly muscular orc Like, you're surprised he's running the bar and not out on the battlefields ripping through giant demons. And looks down at you, he's just like, you ever drink before?
A bit.
What's a bit?
I'm accustomed to it
No, I say accustomed to it. Mhm.
when it's available. I'll have my fair share.
Nope. I got you. Don't worry.
Uh,
Hands down.
This was an orc you said, right?
Yes.
Zessel's gonna pop up and Orcish say, give him a double.
He gets up and like pops an eyebrow at you and looks at Gale.
And then give me like something that looks like a drink, but no alcohol.
He looks at you suspiciously. He goes down. He comes out, and in his big meaty hands, he pulls out these very nice, delicate-looking shot glasses and set them down. And with a level of dexterity that you did not think was possible for someone like him, begins mixing drinks for both of you. And when he's done, he just slides him across the table. And he's just like, try this. If you can handle it, we'll get you some more.
I down it.
It's a very nice spiced rum.
Ooh.
And for Zexel, you get like a nice like carbonated mango drink.
Perfect.
I like
Good,
it.
isn't it?
I think it's very good.
Well,
Oh yeah,
I've been
it's
doing this
great. Gives a nice burn. It's good. It's a good burn.
That burn is the bubbles in the back of your throat.
Well, you don't know that Zexel got something non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
Unless
Unless you speak
Orcish.
Orcish.
No. I'm here, like, yeah, us good pals just drinking together.
Takamo will order a lighter mixed drink that has some faint alcohol in it, so she doesn't get too tipsy.
Right. And you're all given exquisite service by this very massive orc. He's also apparently a professional bartender.
Mad props, mate. This guy's getting tipped good.
Oh yeah. So I'm curious, how does Gale handle his alcohol?
He's pretty good. He's not the worst at it. I'm checking now, and yep, Fortitude is my worst save, so... But, you know, he's not bad at it.
I think we've been here before.
Yeah. I mean, we had that drinking contest, and he downed the first mug, and then he got absolutely wrecked on the second one.
To be fair, that was Matangi Ale. That stuff is intended to knock you on your ass.
Yeah. And he handled one.
Zexel's gonna chime back in Orcish. Another round.
Right. The bartender is very wary of Zexel, so he makes sure that he piles on some ice for Gale.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Zexel's saying something about me because of the bartender's reaction, but I'm just sort of like, yeah, I'll let Zexel handle this. Like, it's fine.
Zexel's just gonna like lean over to Gale and be like, "I hear they serve you better if you speak in Orcish."
Oh, really? I mean, that makes sense.
Can I do a sense motive on Zexel?
Yes, you can.
Nope, this alcohol's got my full attention.
So you're all drinking, having a good time. The bartender seems to pair you with drinks that really suit your tastes and fortitude. He doesn't stop you from getting drunk, but he does stop you from getting blackout wasted, so...
Yeah, I think I'll like stop when I'm starting to get like tipsy enough to loosen up a bit. I don't want to lose too much of my reason. I'm looking for an excellent bonding experience with my pals.
So what does Raph order?
Water. She's boring like that.
Do you
mean,
want
you could get
water
fruit
or
juice.
spicy water?
Water.
Oh, no
That's
carbonation.
Spicy water. No. Sparkling
Carbonated
water is
water.
terrible.
Sparkling water is bad.
You get water.
Woo.
Bartender also offers you a variety of fruit juices.
I'm good. Thank you.
I think I'll like start falling back on fruit juices once I get tipsy.
Ah, yes. Because what goes great with alcohol is lots of sugar.
Yeah, you know.
At least we had a good amount of food earlier.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. You all had a nice dinner before.
I definitely brought some snacks as well. Like little packets of like nuts and stuff.
I actually don't know
Crackers.
what happens when you mix alcohol and sugar.
When you drink alcohol and sugar, it just helps the alcohol get into your blood system faster.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, usually makes you have like a grosser time.
That's fun.
It can be. It depends on how much sugar you drink.
It depends on what it is, but some of the things that are like really sugary, and you mix with that, and you get that kind of like gross drunk. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is not fun.
Yeah. I know not to overdo the sugar, but I'm enjoying a nice like I'm more like nursing a glass of fruit juice after that than like drinking a bunch of it.
All right, so you go. Y'all sit and have a nice time drinking, hanging out. A variety of individuals come up and, you know, and they're like, "Hey, you want to dance?" You know, the standard stuff when you go to any kind of bar that has open mingling in it.
Raph dances with everyone who asks.
When she's tipsy, Takuma would start dancing with whoever offered.
Yeah, I dance, but like I make it known that like I'm going home alone tonight.
I just picture Takuma doing like a crane style dance, and like monk gracefulness.
Full ballet.
It's like really flashy. You get some of those like, you know, like nice like fans that flip out and do like the whole.
Yeah. Yeah,
Man,
I make it.
Takuma's really getting into it. Holy shit. Didn't know Takuma could cut the floor like that.
That's just what I personally hope to see.
Well, she's got a 8 in acrobatics, so. And why not? I'll roll to see how good her dancing is while drunk.
Yes. Is it performance?
It's technically performance.
I have two. Oh, then let's talk about that.
Yeah.
As
Zach's
you're
just
all
cool with dribble.
Okay.
Doing a little tango, little waltz.
Oh, waltz tango. Takuma does exactly what you think. She starts performing kata on the floor. Unfortunately, it looks as bad as it sounds. It just seems like you don't know how to dance, so you just default to kata.
I mean, to be fair, training.
It's true. Gail, you're like the whitest dude who's not white on the floor. You're just kind of doing that shoulder shimmy, barely moving the rest
Oh,
of your
yeah.
body, and that's just how you dance the entire time.
I forgot that I'm not in the 70s, so
Ref, though, it's you're kind of lost in thought for a good majority of the time. Anyway, you're just kind of going through the motions.
No, Raph's letting herself go and enjoying the night.
Okay. As you're out enjoying yourself, just letting loose. As you kind of like move around from partner to partner, you get a strong sense that you've done this before. And a strong sense of deja vu kind of comes across you. Just so uncannily that it's hard to shake off. And well, everyone's kind of doing, you know, like the standard dances, you know, when you're at a bar or whatever, you know. Your movements become a lot more refined and performance-like, and for a moment you feel like you're at a ball. Some images cross your mind. A very different setting, at a very different place. A ballroom-esque kind of encounter. And as you kind of shake this off, you find yourself back, you know, in Matakali, in a bar in the middle of nowhere. And as much as you try to think about it, you don't know where you've seen those sights before. You have no memories of such a thing. But it feels so familiar. It's hard to shake off.
Try my best and continue dancing.
And then you just see Zexel off to the side doing like the sprinkler dance, but holding dribble. So as I'm doing it, I'm like squeeze dribble, like little spouts of water shoot out. So it's like an actual sprinkler.
I've already established that I'm a sleepy drunk, I guess. So I just sort of am like falling asleep on the dance floor. Very low energy dancing.
So, you all have a wonderful night. Lots of dancing. Lots of, you know, courting. Mostly on the behalf of the Matangi. And, yeah. The evenings end as you decide that they do. Drunk, content, or awkwardly sneaking away from an overly pursuant suitor.
Anyone's being really insistent on any members of my party, I will, kindly just take them away. Tell them to please back off.
But yeah.
How much are fantasy drinks? Are they like? I know alcohol can be pretty expensive. Did we do like gold worth of drinks or like silver?
Well, I would say beyond your initial foray into the the bar, any drinks you have after that point are probably purchased for you by someone else.
Coolio. On our way out, I'll tip the bartender a gold. Because I'm a bit too drunk to know if it's too much, and also don't care because I liked him.
That's fair. You
And
do
then as
so.
they're
His tip
walking
jar
away.
is... Go ahead.
Oh, as they're walking away, Sixel's gonna pop up and Orcish be like, "Thanks for the help," and pop another gold in there.
He just nods his head. His jar is absolutely full of coin. He's really good at his job.
He deserves it. I make a note of this bar. I'm coming back.
Takuma's like leaning on Raph because she's a little too tipsy.
And let her use me as a crutch.
Yeah, I'll go help Takuma also, but also use Takuma as a crutch.
Zexel's gonna lean on my staff of healing like a walking stick, like, "Oh yeah, so tipsy."
I think Takuma's at the drunk enough stage where she'll just believe whatever Zexel says.
Words you should never say.
Well, she rarely gets tipsy, and she'll be waking up with a nice hangover in the morning.
Yeah, that's the
I
fun
said
thing
that
about
part.
alcohol. You typically have a hangover as bad as the amount of sugar you drank the last night.
I have a question. With Anadi, if they get like inebriated, do they make like some really weird patterns with their silk? Because if you get spiders high, they start making weird patterns.
It's true.
You'd have to ask her to make something. She's more like, I'm tired, I'm gonna go lay down.
Fair.
Yeah, I like pass out in the living room, like just sitting on the couch.
Just ask Takuma and make something like really simple, like a little like a cup cozy.
You get chaos in the form of spider silk.
It's like your three-year-old Anadi just tried to make you a nice Mother's Day gift.
Love it.
I try my best to carry Gale to its bed.
DC 15 athletics.
Let's go, +0. Oh, okay.
Ooh. Let's go. That could have been so bad.
Drops me on my head. Let's go. Into the bed we go.
At least on the plus side, if you drop them, you could just claim, "Oh, you did that while you were drunk."
Raph would never
That's fair.
do that.
All right. And after a nice night of partying, you all finally crash. And it's just nice. It's nice to relax and just chill. We are at nearly the 2.5 hour mark. Did we want to take a 10-minute break, or did we want to keep on going?
Break news.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
break would actually be great.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break here. We will be back at about 6:35 Pacific Standard Time or 9:35 Eastern Time. If you're watching this and you haven't done so already, please go ahead and like and or follow, or subscribe and or follow on your platform of choice, as well as if you want the chance to join us, go ahead and join the Discord link down below in the description or below on Twitch, where we talk about table talk. Many of the players here got into this game because they were on that Discord. So if you want the chance to possibly play with us, go ahead and hop on down. Beyond that, we'll see you in about 10 minutes or so. All right, we're back. So, you spent the night drinking and having fun. Wake up, some of you have a not so friendly morning. Others are completely fine. It's a good 50-50 split in this party.
I'm the kind of guy who's like, just work through the hangover, pretend like it's not there, and it'll go away.
Takuma looks like shit.
You also magically wake up in your bed.
Yeah. I'm like, up, gotta make some ammo, clean my gun. I do that thing where I'm like, no, did I leave my gun in the bar? And then I realized I put it out in the living room. It's like next to the couch.
I would have brought your gun as well.
Yeah, it's just somewhere that I wasn't used to. I'm like, ooh. I feel like a gun is definitely one of the items that's like at the top of the list of things you don't want on you when you're drunk.
It's very
Yeah.
true.
Takuma just stumbles out of her room, grabs some water, and just sits down and slowly drinks it.
Yeah, I for sure like set up just a bunch of glasses of water and like crackers and stuff for all of us.
You guys run low. Raph will refill you.
Why is the sun so loud?
Listen, I helped invent guns. I'm gonna invent sunglasses next.
You have a cloak of shadows.
I do. I cast what is it? Cloak of Shadow. You just said it. Oh, go and like sit next to Takuma.
I do want to make one note, although I don't think it'll matter right now. But unless I do so otherwise, just assume I'm spending one first level spell slot to charge my staff.
Okay.
So give it 3 charges instead of 2. Just let's aware.
Sure.
Fair.
Last night was fun, but man, does my head hurt. Just looks at Gale.
Yeah, I feel ya, and I go to like pour gunpowder into the tiny little ammo shell, and I'm like hands just shaking like right in front of my eyes, like
You need me to help you,
trying
Gale?
so hard. No, I got it. I remember that I have funnels specifically for this purpose. I make like a little paper funnel.
Her hair is not styled, so Takuma's hair is like right in her face as improv sunglasses.
Yeah, I use my cloak of shadow to just make the area around us darker.
You sure you're gonna be able to do that with your headache? And just looks at you trying to pour gunpowder in to create bullets.
I'm good. I'm just gotta push through it, and eventually it'll all work out. I'll get better soon enough.
Zexel does the thing, like walk out to meet everybody, you know, like the long stretch and everything. Like, oh, such a crazy night. Oh, barely got any sleep in. Oh, just a really long, drawn out stretch.
I offered crackers and water.
Takuma like casts Zexel a dirty look since he doesn't look like he has a hangover whatsoever.
I'm just trusting my friend. I'm like, yeah, probably just doesn't show it as much as us.
So do we want to wait until these headaches are gone before we go see the elders? I don't think I can remember anything with this headache.
Yeah, let's go for like a nice brunch in a bit, and then we can head over there. I think.
Maybe.
Once I'm done with my bullets, I'll like go over and start making drizzle waffles.
Good old dribble waffles. Zexel's gonna say, well, if everyone has the headaches, maybe we should go check out the Yamangi area. It's an agricultural kind of section, so it should have a lot of like fresh plants and fresh air.
Talking about like chicks again. I'll stay here. You go on ahead.
Yeah, I make chocolate chip waffles just to get them like a little heavier for our stomachs.
I don't
And
mind going with you, but when were we gonna go see the elders again?
I figure probably later in the afternoon when everyone's recovered.
Yeah, but it's gonna take you a while to get there.
How much distance is actually between the cities? Like the rings and stuff?
Like 7 hours on horse for each one.
Is it that big?
What? No way it's that big.
To get from the outside of Nine Walls to the center of Matakali takes 7 hours.
Oh, I thought it
7
was
hours
per
total.
ring.
No.
No
I don't.
way.
Okay.
That's huge.
Yeah,
I feel like if that were the case, it'd be its own circle on the map.
Yeah.
it's fair.
The fact that it's not on the map irritates me to no end.
Yeah, I mean that would that's a lot of miles. Like
Yeah.
a lot.
I feel
On
like that's-
horseback for 7 hours? That's like 50 miles easy.
Yeah.
In 7
Um,
hours? No. You're not going 50 miles in 7 hours, even on a horse. Your
Well,
horse
per
will die.
ring.
Well, in real world, yeah, if a horse traveled that long, then
I say let's have brunch. We'll plan our next moves after that. See how we're feeling.
Yeah, it says right here, it takes 7 hours to get from the outer walls to the central city when riding. So most travelers take breaks in different cities during the journey.
Fair.
So I'd say depending where we're staying, hour and a half maybe.
Well, Matakali is also the largest section of Nine Walls. So, in all likelihood, it takes probably about 3 hours to go from the center of Matakali to the next ring.
We can always aim for the evening if you want to do that.
It does sound like a nice sunset destination.
I don't really mind. I'm up for whatever.
Okay, well, when you all decide to go, you start making your way for Yamanji.
Yumanji, okay.
I don't know why. I know you said Yamanji, but my brain translate it as Jumanji, and I was a little concerned.
Guys, we're going to Jumanji.
The campaign took a twist.
I mean, we are in the jungle.
Robin Williams, what are you doing here?
Which one of us would be Robin Williams' past self?
Who's the craziest out of all of us? I think it's Gale.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
Gale.
Probably Gale.
I'm honored to be Robin Williams, but as a young man.
All right. So it takes a couple hours to get to the border towards Yamanji. And as you pass through, you see that each of the gates are made of a multi-sectioned wall with watchtowers and the like. Even this far into the city, they have such strong defenses between the layers. You don't know what on this planet could conquer 9 walls. Whatever it is would have to go through a lot. As you get into Yamanji, it is just a sudden tone shift, as Madakali is a very economic and more modernized part of Nine Walls, with lots of buildings, lots of paved streets and everything like that. Yamanji is the exact opposite. You suddenly step into a very rural part of the inner city, inner walls, where there's nothing but dirt paths. You see all kinds of farms, and even if you were to continue walking, it'd still take you 45 minutes to get from this wall to the next wall for the next layer. And then considering that Yamanji itself lies just outside of Madakali, that means that, in all honesty, there's probably just as much to Yamanji as Madakali. It's just you gotta walk around the city in a ring. And you don't even think you could do that probably in a day. No, without getting exhausted.
And we should probably already have known this being here, but do we need any type of like identification or something to get back into Madakali? Like, is there like a checkpoint or anything like that that we would have known about before we kind of went in here?
But you're all not 100% sure. They let you into Yamanji just fine. You're really far into Nine Walls, so you feel pretty confident that, in all honesty, you're probably at a point where they'll just let you into Madakali if you're this far in already.
Okay.
But yeah, you can see also, in stark contrast to Madakali, there's a very large human population here. In this ring alone, humans outnumber orcs 3-1. And you can see that there's a lot of humans tending to the various crops, cattle, all that kinds of stuff. There are definitely some orcs as well, tending to the fields and such. But compared to Madakali, this is such a big shift. It's hard to believe that these two are parts of the same whole of Nine Walls. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of like extravagant buildings. A lot of huts, a lot of simple fare. Many of the individuals here just look to be, you know, your standard cattle farmers or standard farmers, agricultural farmers. So now that you're here, what do y'all do?
Just like strolling
See,
around, breathing in the fresh air.
so you said there's like cattle, right?
Yes.
Zexel's gonna try to find one that doesn't looks really chill, and just gonna run up and try to hug it.
Most of them are kept in pens and in fenced off areas. So unless you hop a fence into someone's yard, it's a little hard.
It's tempting.
Most of what they hear are kind of like aurochs. They're large, long-horned cattle.
Those are big boys.
As well as a variety of chickens and pheasants and ducks and all that kind of stuff.
I want to steal a chicken.
Oh my god.
Don't steal a chicken.
You're not stealing
Chickens are friends.
How are you gonna explain to everyone when we're walking through a city with a chicken where we got it?
Obviously, we got it from here.
the chicken store.
Exactly.
Just go ask if you can buy a chicken from them.
Oh. Yeah, that actually probably would work better.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not too expensive.
Stealing is bad, Zexel. You not steal.
I mean, that's debatable, but you're right.
Stealing is bad for when you are trying to steal from people that you want to like you.
Yeah, that's true. Really don't want to hurt anybody or offend anyone. I want to go buy a chicken.
Okay.
I want to get a waffle iron made that has dribble and a chicken.
We can just get 2 waffle irons that's just one's dribble and one's a chicken.
One's for making pancakes or waffles, and the other one's making omelets.
There we go.
We gotta get, we just gotta make it so, we get a bunch of pets and we can have a bunch of waffle irons, but they're in a way where, they're sort of puzzle pieces, so you can, fit the waffles together when they're done, you know? And it comes out to be just, a whole group of our pets together.
This is tabletop, everyone.
I'm completely. I'm gonna try to find the person that owns the farm of the chickens.
Sure.
No wave them down.
It's easy enough. You can buy a chicken for 2 silver pieces.
I'm doing it.
All right. And I hand you a nice big fluffy chicken, and they're like, we can butcher that for you. If that's what you're looking for.
No! His name is Albert, and I will fight to the death for him.
Okay.
I'm assuming
Your
this is a
chicken
hen,
now.
not a rooster.
Yeah, it's a hen.
His name is Albert.
Okay.
That's what Zexel's gonna say.
They're just like, whatever, man. You bought the chicken.
I'm gonna go with Zexel to just make sure that nothing goes wrong. I want to ask does this one lay eggs?
Yes, most of our chickens lay eggs.
I nudge Zexel's shoulder and say we're filling out the whole breakfast array, huh?
Yeah, that was totally my intention. When
I mean, I
buying
know it wasn't,
chicken.
but
Oh, okay. This is my pet.
yeah.
And I'm gonna try really carefully to balance on my head with dribble. Which my head is not big enough for.
The second you let go of the chicken, it tries to flee. They're not tamed as pets, very typically. Though, that being said, you can attempt to train the chicken if you really want to.
Oh, I'm going to.
We have rules for that.
Oh, I
Why
love it.
wouldn't you?
What is the skill that's taming? Is it survival or nature?
You have to pick up. Well, you can train any animal, but if you pick up the feat, let's see here. Train animal. You can turn it into. You can teach it tricks and stuff.
Oh. That's pretty cool.
That sounds amazing.
And then if you get a bonded animal, the animal becomes permanently helpful to you and acts as a companion.
Well,
You can only
next
have
time-
one bonded animal at a time.
And next time I get a skill feed option.
Yeah, what levels are those feats?
1 and 2.
Ooh. Yeah,
And technically, you don't need train animal to get bonded animal.
really?
Yeah, bonded animal just makes it so the animal is considered a companion and is always helpful to you. Train animal allows you to teach them certain tricks.
Love it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna chase down the Albert. I'm fast. I got it.
I'm just sort of letting Zexel go about it. But I'll be like, if you ever need any help with training it, I might be of assistance to you.
I'm gonna have Gerbil help me like a pincer situation to wrestle it in.
I'm really weirded out. I typed in chicken just to see if there were stats, and I got a spell called Spirit Object.
Yeah.
What?
What the? Why did chicken pull this spell up? Oh, because Spirit Object allows objects to sprout chicken legs. I see.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's a spell from the Baba Yaga witch path.
Yeah, I kind of almost really wanted to go that route, but the fervor really spoke
Fur
out
was
to me.
really fun.
Plus, Baba Yaga is kind of hard to like incorporate, and it's like a standard, I guess, situation.
Yeah, well, Baba Yaga is just not from even this continent, really. Well, she's not
Yeah,
from
It's
this
from the
world,
last
but
campaign.
yeah, her influence is mostly in the north.
Yeah, so that didn't really make sense to try for that. Although it is definitely a funny spell.
It is. But yeah. So you go and catch Albert. It doesn't take too much to overpower a chicken, so
I'm fast.
Just get a bucket for it to carry it around.
you catch a
Why
chicken.
specifically a bucket? Don't ask.
No. Don't like that idea.
And with that, is there anything else you're all doing in Yamanji?
Where do I put chicken on my character sheet? Put it to my allies?
I guess it would be
Inventory.
Held items.
Yeah.
It is a
Worn
tiny
item.
creature, so that means it would be bulk. Actually, would it be
That's a great
tiny,
question.
or would it be something else?
A chicken is a tiny creature, yes. Which I believe makes it a light bulk. Or is it one bulk?
Yeah. Hollow bones, mate.
Either way, I don't have much encumbrance. Or I should say, I don't have much carry weight. I'm about to be encumbered. And it's fine. It's fine. I guess I do have some rope, so I can try to fashion like a little like leash.
You can always go to Takuma to make a leash for the chicken. She is trained in crafting.
Well, I guess roll for me a handle animal to try to at least tame this chicken slightly.
Okay. Nature.
Yes.
Perfect.
Can I help?
Yeah, you can help.
Dang it.
I'm helping.
Nat 3.
Oh,
Everyone quickly approaches the chicken.
missed it by one.
All standing over it, just staring.
Stance.
Very intimidating.
Oh, the music ended.
Okay. Well, either way, a 17's not bad.
No, it's not. 1 second. I'm pulling out the rules. All right, so it's against the animal's will, DC.
Chickens are so
Awesome.
willful. We all know it.
Yeah, you have no idea the determination, willpower of this chicken. All right. It takes a little bit of time, but with feeding and gently petting the chicken, it calms down. You've improved the chicken's opinion towards you from neutral to friendly.
Yes, my goal to make friends. I will accomplish them all. Everyone will be my friend. Alright, I'm sure I can do like a real simple leash for now.
Yeah, you can wrangle your chicken in some form or fashion. I just love the idea that this chicken can go from allies to enemies depending on your rules.
Okay, well, now that we have our new party member, I'm gonna ask the probably very confused person that I just bought the chicken from, where I can learn more about their agriculture techniques, like who they can point me to.
They look at you. They're just like, oh, adventurers. But when you ask, they're like, well, I'm sure most people are willing to, show what we got. Our various methods. We don't really have much in the way of experts, but there's some of the older folks, I suppose. Are you trying to find something along the ways of, something more scholarly?
I just want to learn how to help my family back home.
Well, like I said, if there's anything you'd like to know, we can do our best. It's nothing you're gonna pick up over there, though.
Well, my family doesn't even really have much of the basic knowledge, so even simple things will help.
Well,
So,
they go over the basics with you if you ask them. A lot of just the standard, what types of crops lead to what, rotating your crops, how to form irrigation lines. To them, it's easy, but it's a lot of information.
I'm furiously writing down on my book.
But, only takes about like 40 minutes to get through the basics, quote unquote. A lot more of it is just very, like crop dependent. What you're trying to grow, everything, works a little different. Different fertilizers for different things and all that kind of stuff. And what the soil's like, and it's a big deal. You could be here as long as you want to learn agricultural techniques.
I'm taking notes.
This Axel's just gonna keep asking questions until someone it drags them away.
I'm taking notes in my little journal. Not like anything too in depth, because like I don't have basic farming knowledge, but like just what I can get.
In addition to that, also how to care for a chicken. Zexel has no idea.
Well, you want a pen, motions to chicken house. Chickens, well, not great flyers, can still fly pretty high, so you want to put a roof on it. And then they eat mostly just feed, whatever seed or, wheat chaff you got. They're not too picky. I'm just getting images of like this girl who hugs her chicken every day. I think there's a video on it where she gets home from school and the chicken runs up and like hugs her. It's really adorable. Zexel and their best chicken friend.
Do we need to get like a mobile pen for this chicken?
All right. So, What else do you guys do?
Well, that's pretty much the whole reason Sexual came here was to learn about the agriculture. Chicken was an added bonus. Would have bought a cow too, but it doesn't fit my room.
Thank you so much for the chicken noises, Cam.
Yeah, loving it.
Spent a lot of my life around chickens.
Glad to hear it.
I'd say while they were out doing that, once her headache went away, Takuma would probably just go out and wander the city, maybe casually flirt with a cute orc before moving on with her day. Just waiting back at the room for everyone else after a few hours have passed.
I like how this campaign has turned everyone. Like, oh yeah, I just go and I flirt with some people. Never happens in any other games, but this game, man, you put some sexy orcs in front of the players and they lose their mind.
I mean, to be fair, flirting's the name of the game with these orcs.
It really is, but you gotta be careful because otherwise you might get your name written in some precious material out front your door one day. When orcs get in, they go hard.
Well, listen, if someone's willing to go that far for me,
They are. It's written in the book. Here, I'll read a quote.
Except maybe Morklau, who apparently is just a massive player.
yeah, but like, he can get it though.
Ah, here we go. While marriages are often political, marriages for love involve outrageous displays of devotion and strength. Whoever initiates courtship usually does so by finding out what object of their affection, find out what the object of their affection loves, and then providing them with it in an excessive amount, dropped right at their door. A crate of cold iron ingots, an entire wagon of apples. Whatever is the largest and most ostentatious display that the suitor is capable of delivering. Of course, these items are usually returned or put to some better use, but the tradition persists. Even temporarily stealing something large for a courtship ritual is considered sweet and kind, or even brave, more than something that's punished or frowned upon.
There's much to be respected in a society that just goes that hard for courtship.
Right. So what I'm gathering is if so far my only interest that's been shown has been chickens. So someone courted me that I just have a basket of chickens.
Not a basket. You would get an entire wagon full of chickens. It'd be like 50 chickens just packed in there.
Start my own farm.
That person knows what they're going for though. Like,
Does that be nice? Passive income for the party, though? That'd be cool.
It's a lot of omelets.
I mean, if y'all want to start courting some orcs, we got rules for that.
well, now I'm concerned that one of my items is suddenly going to go missing because someone needed to court someone.
No, it's not typically something like that. It's
I do
more
really
like
the idea of like a society where they're just like yeah, you need my big and valuable item to tell this person that you like them. Go for it, mate. I don't know you too well, but like, have at it.
I just
make sure
picture
you
like
return it afterwards.
like a TV show like How I Met Your Mother, where he like steals the blue French horn
Yeah, yeah.
from the restaurant to give it to Robin,
Yep.
and then had to go and return it, and then stole it like years later again.
Yep. It's the Matangi are great. I absolutely love the Matangi. I'm getting scared though, because y'all might never leave the city now. I'm just having too much fun.
Unless leaving the city leaves a good impression with good old Daddy Hornbreaker.
Yeah. Listen, I'm thinking about buying a house here, but like, I'm an explorer at heart.
Also broke.
Do we want to go see the elders after we're done here? That's the only
Yes,
thing we have to
smell
do.
like chicken.
Yeah, I feel like once we see the elders, like, after that it's just we leave the city, get ready to
Everyone's
leave, right?
like, no, don't do the main story quest yet. Side quests, side quests.
We're out of side quests. We must progress to get more.
Listen, we've played Gloomhaven, right? Like, you know, I'm not gonna do the story quest if there's a side quest available.
That's fair. And we would play Gloomhaven if you ever could get your computer to work.
Listen, bud.
It all circles
Take it
back
up with
around.
iBuyPower customer support.
Devin, his only other message since the very beginning. Yeah, Booter. Email them.
I did.
Get
I
some
already
help.
did it. I sent the
Okay.
email.
It just took 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of prodding you to do so.
Listen, I tried to do it on my own 3 times, and then it didn't fix anything because nothing changed.
That's because you. Never mind.
So we
Anyway,
go to the elders.
yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask Takuma to make like a little like, I guess kind of like a spider silky situation of like a really nice like collar for Albert instead of just like rough rope.
Okay, there is something that I do need to post about her crafting. She has to maintain it.
Yeah. Every day, basically, like daily preparation kind of thing.
Yep, I can only do up to a max of 10 items.
Hmm.
And this is worth it.
I think it's worth it.
She's like, I'll need a day to do it, but it shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, I'm trusting you.
Albert's life depends on it. Alright, y'all head off towards the center of Madikali, where you head to Demon Bane Manor. It's a large social hub of Madikali, where one will find the largest variety of people in one place in the city. The council members are usually in meetings on the upper levels, but also often wander around restlessly or stop to intimidate outsiders with a line of aggressive questioning, a practice that they find rather hilarious. This is often where various levels of courtship happens, with orcs asking about one's background, status, finances, culture, and interests. They make no attempts to hide their interest in courtship, which many outsiders find awkward or uncomfortable on their first unprepared visit. Matangi orcs of all genders can often be found lounging around either in very little clothing or extremely flamboyant outfits of animal skins, perhaps even fashionable demon skull hats. It's common to find veterans arguing or concerned that with this or that political problem, and younger aristocrats bemoaning the lack of viable marriage material. Did I say that I love the Matangi orcs? I really love
No.
the Matangi orcs.
I know
I
it's
want-
some artwork of a fashionable demon skull hat.
I want one of those hats that just has like a divot made into it for dribble to rest in,
Yes.
like a little saddle on my head.
Some Diablo headgear there. Helmet of the occultist, +1 occult. Anyway. So as you all enter in, where most of like the rest of Matakali is a lot more like either aristocrat or mercantile or whatever. Here is just a very different place. The second you walk in, you just see scantily clad orcs, or orcs wearing rather impressive like end-game gear looking stuff, sitting around just chatting. Like, imagine an MMO like main city. That's kind of just what this place is like, honestly. You just have so many people dressed in such a wide variety of outfits or nothing at all. Chatting, talking, dancing, doing weird things. It's a very strange place.
Zestro just looks around and says, I either need to put on more clothes or take off these clothes. I don't know which is the right choice.
You hear the plat, plat, plat of bare feet walking across the stone tiles. Some scantily clad orcs walk by. As you come up, like, almost like this orc shaman approaches you all. And you can't see much of their face. You can just see, like, their lower jaw. The rest is just, like, some weird, like, deer skull, very well decorated. And they're wearing, like, these big red flowing robes. And they're like, welcome to Demon Skull Manor. How can we help you? Or sorry, Demon Bane's Manor.
We were told to come speak to the elders.
Yes. Oh, right this way. They begin scuttling off towards a stairwell nearby.
What makes this even better is knowing that because we're heroes, we have all eyes on us as we walk through this.
Oh yeah, the second y'all walk in, I mean, to be fair, in this place, the second anyone walks in through the door, everyone pays attention. But y'all especially, you just see some very interested looks aimed in your direction. With orcs with all levels of clothing.
And these are still the general Matakali, like, orc style. They're not as buff, or they have variety range of builds as well.
Oh, it's a range. Like, the aristocratic orcs tend to wear the more flashy stuff, but the more warrior orcs seem to wear the least, showing off their scars and muscles.
Those are the types that I'm most interested in.
Zexel's gonna look at some ones that are like things that just kind of like little like arm flex kind of thing, like a nod. And there's absolutely nothing to flex.
They're just seeing the eyebrows, like, oh yeah. Why did I do my game like this? Fuck.
So how much are you charging for an orc dating game?
I just wasn't expecting orcs and banana hammocks, okay?
Why not?
I know, I'm dumb. I don't know why I didn't expect this.
Is
Really
that a
should have seen it
warhammer? Or are you
coming.
just happy to see me?
Both.
So we follow the shaman to see the elders.
Yeah, the quest. That's right. We were doing something.
Yeah, we have. This is afterwards.
Everyone's just like, what? Half-crest orcs? Where? What quest? Forget the quest. I
This is
found
new
my
quest.
quest.
You've unlocked a new side quest just by going to a new area.
A very dirty joke has come into my mind, and I will not say it live.
Do it,
At
coward.
lea- Can you at least type it
Sure, I'll
to
type
us?
it.
Yay.
Also, you gotta be careful with the jokes because this is going up on YouTube, and YouTube has very strange copyright or community guideline rules.
Censorship
That's fair.
rules.
Here we go, chat. You guys can all see how bad it is by our reactions.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Oh my god.
To be fair, that's the name of a weapon they use.
Oh, I'm well aware.
It's just a different type of weapon.
Some of these, I'm sure, with some great skill.
I,
Listen, they can
that
use
one
the
had-
weapon on me any day.
I had to get that one out of my system. It was too perfect of a joke.
That's
It
very good.
was. Thank you.
Anyway. God. So you follow the orc shaman looking dude up the stairs. You're not far off, Devin.
You're not far off at all.
So you follow the orc shaman looking dude up the stairs.
I haven't even more of a joke, but I don't know if I should say it.
Just type it in the chat.
Type it in the chat. You
Chat's just
eventually
gonna
get
be
to.
100% dirty jokes now.
I know. At least the
I wouldn't
the
have
chat
it any
is
other way.
locked. But and I should say, Demon Bane Manor is a really nice building. It's made of a very nice like clay plaster. It's got a black, white, and gold motif. It's very well designed. The whole thing just looks awesome. Still maintaining some of that orc culture in it. You head upstairs and you come to these large black doors that are inlaid with gold in these nice spiral patterns. As the doors open up, you see a U-shaped table where a bunch of orcs that seem to be well off in years, kind of wheezed up a bit, are sitting around discussing, and as they all look at whoever's entering, the orc that kind of guided you up is like, "The adventures that Morklau brought to the city," and moves aside, and you all enter, and they all kind of like sit upright and scrutinize you somewhat. As you all enter in, a gray-haired orc with a mane of wild hair kind of stands up and kind of comes across the room towards you all. So, you're all the adventures Morklau mentioned. The battle scarred.
I flex my muscles a little, like just casually, so it looks like I'm not going out of my way to do it, but like, to like look a little bit more impressive in my like tank top, animal hide, just showing off my scars and muscles.
I'm sorry, I'm already married. He doesn't say that. Looks you
not
over.
married.
Looks you all over and just says, "Come, sit, adventurers. We have a request we'd like to make." Before they turn around and go and sit at the table.
Follow suit.
Yep.
A wizened female orc kind of sits up and says, "We heard of your bravery, fighting off Yucharuka. And, well, you don't see much valor like that, especially in dangerous times like these." Another orc kind of chimes in. "It provides us with an opportunity that we would like to present to you all, to help connections we have with some of the other demon fighters." The initial orc kind of sits upright and addresses you all directly. "We feel there's a lot more going on in the jungle, and many of our enemies are doing their best to hide their actions from us. Unfortunately, we live in a time where cultists abound, praying to demons and evil dragons and the like. But the Matangi always carry a presence with us, and so they always hide when we are about. Worse yet, even amongst us demon hunters, there's some hesitancy on the methods. The female orc speaks up. Yakuje. Mostly those from the Tiger clan see us as little more than brutes hopped up on demons' blood who slay without remorse or recognition. We would like to get their information on which they might know of these cults, but they always are too reserved whenever we speak with their diplomats. You all have done great work to earn our respect, and we're hoping you can do the same for them. Earn their trust and find out what they know about these cults. Maybe you all can be the bridge between our two peoples.
You wish for us to be upfront about our relation to you, or try to approach them with a guise of sorts?
Well, it's not like they dislike us to the point where they won't associate with our associates. It's more They don't believe that the orcs are without taint, as it were. Even our great Hornbreaker himself has demon-like powers that they distrust. But you are adventurers. You are free to associate with who you wish and have no loyalties to any one group. It makes you ideal. You do not need to lie about it. Though, if you tell them the goal for your mission, it will seem like you're being manipulated. So we ask that you do what adventurers do best. Go, cause some trouble, fix some mayhem, and earn their trust, and figure out what's going on with these clans. These cults that lie amongst the woods. The Yakuje are very stealthy. They make their presence little known, so they might have a great network of individuals in the woods. If anything, they can point you in the direction of some cults that even we, the Mitanji, cannot deal with. Of course, bringing us this information won't be done, how do they say, pro bono? We intend to pay for any information that you deliver to us. We'll also offer any aid if you find any information that might lead to the destruction of one of these cults. B1's, the Tiger Clan, are very particular, and they only trust those who represent a true threat to demonkind. Those who are both powerful and insurmountable.
Well, I fight with the force of a dragon, and I will take out any of those no good cults, those evil dragons. But I speak only for myself. Raph, Kale, Takuma?
I'm always happy to help the Matanji.
Any way we can bring a diplomatic bridge between the two would be beneficial for both sides. The Ikuji have resources that the Matanji do not, and as such, the Matanji have resources the Ikuji probably don't have.
I agree with everything that's been said so far. I'm happy to do this.
Do you have a recommendation on where we should start?
The bigger, there's an orc that seems to be a little bit heavier set and definitely is a bit wider than some. He's only spoken once so far, but he kind of lets out a sigh and he says, "Well, a while back we had one of our diplomats make connections with the Yakuje. It bore fruit, and well, there's a half-orc that might be a good way in. Who knows what their father said of the Yakuje. But he kind of like sucks his teeth for a second. He has been hard to manage. If you can convince him, I'm sure he can lead you to where you need to go.
Where would we find them?
You can find them where most the half-orcs can be found in Nine Wells, in Wittenali, which I'll type the name out here. I'm sorry, Wittenli. It is just past Yamanji. And it is a place where full orcs only go when invited. It was a compromise we made to prevent our youths from leaving and going beyond the Nine Dwells. It is also the place where many of our brightest go, as there is a massive academy there. Unfortunately, Bakubo has gained a lot of reputation and has let it go a bit to his head. Stubborn and determined, Bakubo unfortunately is our closest ties with the Akuje of the Tiger clan. If you are unsuccessful in getting Bakubo on your side, we can at least provide you a guide through the jungle. Though they'll only be able to take you as far as the outskirts of their territory.
Understood.
What'd you say?
Understood. Sorry, my voice cracked in the middle of that.
That's fair.
Well, like I said, I'm happy to do anything to take out evil dragon cults. They're a front to everything I stand for. Well, shall we go? Make haste? Is there any other information you have for us?
Yes. Bakubo is a big fan of flattery. That is all I can say on the matter.
What about gifts?
If they're expensive enough.
Maybe a waffle iron.
The orc
Is that what
begins
this
to
says
look
out
worried.
loud, thinking to himself?
The orc gets progressively more concerned.
I look in at Zexel and then look back to the orc and I go, I'll handle the gift.
Oh, okay, please do.
What if we scope him out first, see what he looks like, and get an imprint while flying with his face on it? That'd be flattering, right?
Takuma just puts her head in her hands.
I like pat Zexel's head and I go, yeah, I'm sure it would. Anyway,
Will that be all?
Are you asking the orcs?
Yes.
We told you what we wanted to say. This is by no means an order. If you wish to go about your own business, that is fine. But if you can do this, you would be a great help to the Matanji.
We will do this. Have a fantastic day. And I would like to
They
make
all
an
gracefully
impression.
bow.
I'd like to make an impression.
Sure, make a diplomacy roll.
I want to make an impression.
Sure, make a diplomacy roll.
I've got that plus 11. First diplomacy roll is the campaign
Yes!
for me.
Nice.
I'm so bad at this. I have +1.
Plus 11, that's amazing.
Yeah, I'm kind of the face of the party who
Why
doesn't
don't you do
face.
this more often?
I've been dealing with a lot of stuff.
I mean, Gale did great too for only a +1.
Yeah, that's
I was
true.
covered in fake blood, mate.
Anyway, yeah. They seem to have confidence in you all.
Takuma bows politely as she leaves the room.
I would say Raph made a success. Gale failed.
What? Are you kidding me? Rolled a nat 19, and this is the treatment I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you get for not making a face forehead.
I'm gonna cry.
Hopefully there's an orca there that loves tears.
I'm sure we could find one.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's the gap moe of my excellent combat ability and extreme vulnerability emotionally.
Come up to this orc woman just in full leather. Anyway, so what do you all do?
First,
should we
I
go buy
assume it's
something?
really late because we spent a lot of time in Yamanji and then came back here.
That's true. It's well on into the evening, so
Should we buy something tonight and go see ya boy tomorrow?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We need to make sure the smith has enough time to make the waffle iron.
They
Could
did say
also invite him out to drinks. I don't know if he
Could.
likes drinking or not.
Takuma pauses. They said no orcs, no full orcs could go in there. Should I go in my other form? Just looks at Raph.
I don't know. I mean,
What's the worst that could happen?
Mass hysteria?
I mean, they
That's a good
obviously
answer.
trade with the Anati, so they should know what I am.
yeah. Just like tell them, and then transform if they ask, I guess.
What if we put you on a leash? That way they think, if nothing else, you're at least a pet and not an enemy.
That's weird.
That seems a bit derogatory, yeah.
I refuse. And she's got like a faint blush. Excuse you.
Gale learned something about his companion today.
Yeah, we'll remember that.
Speaking of which, don't I have a leash to make for your chicken?
Yes. Why is it? Are leashes bad?
I'm not
Am I
going to talk
offending
about
Albert?
Not Albert. Just me. She just keeps moving.
Brought your chicken into a meeting with the elders.
Oh, 100%.
Only filled them with more confidence.
Albert was there the entire time.
You Albert token now.
No, Albert should only get a token after you take that second feat and become bonded with it, right?
Only after Albert's first kill.
Considering I've only had one kill, I don't know.
Then you'll be on even footing. It'll be a partnership.
So, crafting roll for this chicken leash.
I don't even think you need to make a crafting for it, right? You just make a number
It's
of
just a strip
objects.
of leather.
Yes. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she weaves a very nice, elegant chicken leash for you. It looks more like a harness, but it's still a leash.
Love a good harness.
Oh no, you do have to craft it.
Oh, well, there we go.
27.
It's amazing.
It's a very well done chicken harness.
I want to help just for fun.
Okay.
Oops. Ugh.
Hey, we're at the end of the session. You could use a hero point.
Yep, I'm here appointing it. Well,
It's hard working with Silk.
rolled
You're-
one decent roll today.
You're good with making bullets and ammo. Thread work is definitely not your style.
How do I sew this bullet
Wait,
into a
so you're-
leash?
You're telling me this doesn't have any, like, metal parts? Like,
Just casually
Big,
finger
easy.
crocheting. What do you mean?
I mean, there's no, like, where does it explode is what I'm getting at.
I haven't experimented with that yet. Maybe we can work on something.
Yeah. I pull out a huge keg of gunpowder.
Not on the chicken. Something else.
Somewhere not nearby, Albert just starts trembling for no reason. Anyway,
Zexel with the chicken harness.
Then Zeus was like, maybe you should make me a matching one. That way I'm offending Albert and one for Dribble.
Dribble's a cloud, isn't he?
Sometimes.
Then what's the point of a harness if he's just going to go through it?
He still has form.
Alright.
I say as I
me a
take
couple more
Dribble off
days.
and just like set Dribble in your hands.
It'll still take me a couple of days, one for each.
well, with that, we're gonna have to end this session, unfortunately.
Sad.
I'm sure the orcs are gonna love me in a harness.
Yes. They sure will. They sure will. Let's do some experience, shall we? And I'm
Yeah.
not talking about the ones your characters are going to be experiencing.
Psh, lame.
All right, character interpretation. Well, we got a lot of character this session, I feel like. A lot of character this session, I feel like. I'll give you all 20 XP.
Woo.
30 XP for being here. No good ideas or plans, no difficult actions. No, actually, yes. 10 XP for making a good impression on the elders. Their DC was kind of high.
Let's go. Dude, we're at 60 now.
Coolio.
No combat.
I mean, flirting with the orcs is in itself pretty combative, right?
It depends on who and where. The utility.
I mean, they're packing some pretty serious weaponry, so.
The utility award, I guess, goes to Takuma for crafting a chicken harness.
Let's go.
The face award. You know what? You all get the face award. You all were making impressions and having some good social interaction this time around.
Woo. I made my first impression, despite being the face.
Yeah. It's your time to shine, Raph. Halfway through the campaign.
Woo.
The Pity Award. I guess we'll go to Zexel, because you're the only character who hasn't been directly hit on by an orc yet.
Despite being the horniest.
Despite being the horniest.
I don't know what you're talking about. Zexel is a sweet, innocent baby.
Sure.
Sure.
We all know Drizzle's the horniest out of all of us.
I'm not getting into this topic. Anyway, any player nominations and or kudos?
I'd say Zexel for just being the innocent bundle of joy that he is.
Hey,
Like, what do you mean of these implications? I have no idea what these implications mean.
Sure, we'll call it that. Zexel, go ahead and take player award.
I'd like to nominate all of the players for just going to drink with me.
You know, I'll agree. Y'all had some great fun at the bar. That was some really good player bonding experience there. I really loved it. Everyone take a player award.
I don't know if this is player award worthy, but I love the dichotomy of Gale, who has an evil voice inside his head, not being worried about it, and Raph, who has a good voice inside her head, being extremely worried about it.
It's true. It's a very interesting dynamic you two have. Definitely a good kudo. Mostly this is like an observation. It's very good. I think you two have created a very good dynamic in the game.
Pity award to the GM for walking through with us this orc dating sim.
I can't blame anyone but myself.
It's true.
I love the Matangi so much, so I'm like, oh, I definitely want to do a campaign here. And
Yeah,
then,
we love them too.
yeah, it's like, I underestimated how horny my players are. I'm good at anticipating combat in games, not the horny. I guess I still
just
got a
ramped
long way
up.
to go as a DM.
I'm glad
It's
to
just
be a part of
ramped
this
up.
good teaching experience for you.
just ramped up because this is the Matanji we're talking about.
It is. I mean, you literally went into like a building where it's just like, yeah, if you have a fetish, there's probably an orc here for you.
I just pictured like one of those like the old like Greek or Roman like parties where the people like feeding grapes to each other and stuff.
It's kind of like that, but a lot less like painting worthy and a lot more like MMO city town square.
Right.
A lot of them are just sitting around talking, being like, man, I want to make connections with another culture, but every time I get close, they run away. I don't know why. Just sitting there with a massive banana hammock.
And then we walk in and just stare straight at it.
I think
At
it's my
it?
time.
Yeah,
I think it's my time.
I'd like to nominate Takuma for just introducing some good, fun lore with Grandma Spider.
Grandmother Spider. Yes, I love players that dip into the lore. It's so good. It's so fun and makes for a very interesting time. So yeah, Takuma for sure take a player award.
Yeah, I really like that. It was just such it's like organically done, just like right off the cuff, like it. Also, want to give like Takuma kudos for the like trying to be like serious and keep things going despite everything happening around, and then just like taking the sigh and accepting it and moving on.
She's trying so hard to be serious. It's a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine this campaign is a struggle for anyone who wants to take it seriously.
Hey, I'm very serious about my orcish flirting.
I can tell.
I think that's the only interesting part of this campaign. There's so many openings for like extreme fan art from this, and it wouldn't be too far off from the truth.
Don't invite that fan art. Don't invite that fan art.
I invite.
I don't have to.
I
It already
invite it.
showed up.
I want
Give
that
me the
fan
fan
art.
art, please.
If I had any skills whatsoever.
Yeah,
You just draw everyone getting railed by orcs.
you know it.
But like, this is like one of the few campaigns where that would actually be more true to the culture than people think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say kudos to Raph. That entire scene where she's still not interacting much, just worrying still about why she's here and all of that was a really good moment.
I agree. Rafa's been doing really well.
I also appreciate Raph's whole dealio with, like, just how Raph reacts to stuff, because, like, whenever that comes up, it makes me go, like, yeah, what am I feeling? This reminds me that I also have a character.
Yeah, you also have a role play to do in this game. Yeah, no, definitely, Raph, go ahead and take a player award. You've been doing really good and adding an injection of seriousness into this otherwise way too horny game of tabletop.
This
Thank
isn't
you.
a horny game. It's about me getting pets. That's all.
Some orcs are about to get some pets too.
Yeah, it's about me becoming a pet. That's what I'm talking about.
Already making harnesses.
Am I just making harnesses for everyone at this rate?
Raph does not need one.
Guys, I'm realizing this is going to be my legacy. These are the only clips I have in all of these games.
That can be our group name. We can do harnesses, like the harness of truth or harness of justice. I think it'll work.
This is what I'm going to be known for. I'm going to be that guy.
There's a lot of really clippable moments in this game, and I don't think I'm gonna go back and clip any of them.
You
I don't
don't
know
have
if I
to.
would taint my channel with it.
Okay, I got you, Cam.
It's already here.
And besides, you don't have to. One of us will probably do it in our spare time.
Doing
Yeah,
it right now.
Got to do some timestamps for the YouTube video at each time the leash is mentioned.
If we had a bigger fan base, they would just be eating this shit up. It would be an utter cavalcade of just horny internet people coming together to make terrible things to humanity.
See, we're just, we're just putting that in the universe. We're just acting like a big audience. Then we'll have a big audience. It's
Yeah.
how we're just projecting that.
You know what?
We're choosing your target audience for you.
I think I've been given a grace by the gods. We're doing this now when we're not popular, so that when we are popular, we won't have a bunch of horny horror.
Oh, when the
taken
people
to the
go back
Discard.
and watch the
Yeah,
origin.
this is gonna be a thing where it's like, you guys are like that big streamer, like way back in the day, he did this really weird campaign about orcs and stuff, and it was weirdly horny.
And then it just becomes like the most popular thing rewatched on his channel.
No, second most popular behind Town of Salem.
No!
Yeah.
Shut up! Let it die!
Never.
I refuse.
Anyway, any other nominations and or kudos?
I like the chicken thing with Zexel. That was very good.
Zexel, you and Albert were great. Go ahead and take a player word.
Made me want to get a pet.
It was completely unanticipated.
A non-orcish pet. That is.
Sad.
I love that entire moment where it's like, I run up to hug a cow. Well, are you jumping into someone's yard? I want a chicken.
Yeah.
Chickens are easier to carry.
Thanks to the GM. More of a thanks to the GM because we had to learn so much about Tani Tani.
Yeah. Our bae.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
I'm glad you liked it.
I'm all here for that relationship too. All
Love
about
Tani
that.
Tani's significant other, whose name I definitely know.
Afua?
Yeah, Fua.
Afua. I just love the fact that it started with her being babysat by them, and then they just eventually built up a relationship. Because Tani Tani was just so out of hand as a kid.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Love to find out that Tani Tani was the bad kid.
I don't know about bad, she was just spirited.
You know that when Tani Tani got her hands on some sugar, it was more like she got her hands on crack. Like, fucking cocaine all over the place.
It's a great mix when you have magic.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Demon magic.
Even better.
Oh man, can you imagine Tiny Tiny's like first glass of alcohol while she's still learning how to control her magic?
God.
I'm glad I could bring a lot more backstory and color to Tani Tani as a character.
She's definitely the party adopted NPC. We're gonna become the party adopted NPC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Second to Dribble.
Fair.
I'm not sure if it really counts because it's a familiar. It's bonded to me.
Counts.
I mean, he's his own NPC in a sense.
He came along with the party though. He wasn't adopted. He's a founding member.
It's true.
Yeah,
True.
fair.
Albert's adopted.
Kudos to the DM for that, 100%.
How close is the DM to leveling up?
I'm such a high level DM. It takes a long time.
It's only 1,000 experience per level.
No, when you get to mythic levels.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but it's like once you're at high levels, like the lower level encounters give you a lot less XP, you know?
Or no XP.
Fair.
Right.
That sounds like we just need to up the antics.
Oh,
I don't know if we
do
need to do that. My cheeks hurt from laughing right now, so
Good.
You have a week
that
to
means
recover.
it's a good session. I will say, don't be afraid to create moments in a game. You guys go to a bar, just be like, I go up to this one orc wearing a horse mask, and I'll run with it.
Complains about campaign being horny gives us full permission to make it hornier.
Cam, I don't think you know what you're asking.
You
Oh, I
really
do.
aren't. You know.
I know, well, I know most everyone here. I know it's not going to get that crazy.
And we also need to keep in mind that despite us wanting to make this even more entertaining, YouTube does has community guidelines, and we don't want Cameron booted from YouTube.
It's true. Killing my career before it starts.
that's very true.
But I'm just saying, like, if you guys want to have some roleplay moments, if you want to interact with NPCs, give me a lead. Tell me what kind of thing you're looking for. Just initiate a scene, and I'll play ball with you.
What? Now I really want to hear Cameron, like a Matangi orc voice, just saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, NYA.
Oh. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, can we have femboy orcs?
Oh, they're there. They are there.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
We just now need to change your bits, the animation for bits, and just mark it as like a therapy jar, and we'll just make it look like the nickel in the therapy jar for Cameron.
Yeah. Therapy for the GM. Donate your bits, please. I need it. But it was a good session. I'm glad you all liked it. I didn't expect to have, in a good way, such a gay game of Pathfinder. To be fair, it's more like all over the place.
It's more
It's a
just
very bi
indiscriminate
game
horniness.
of it's indiscriminate horniness, yeah.
It's just a game of pan panic. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why, but when I thought Tani, I'm like, yeah, Tani needs a good wife.
And she does. They're really cute.
I don't discriminate. I have characters of all varieties and kinds. In one of my games, we had a big, horny Viking bear and a very strict Japanese businessman together.
Amazing.
That sounds great.
It was really a very interesting family, considering that the Japanese businessman was also the brother to the big bear Viking's wife who died.
Well,
Yeah, it was a very fun family. Yeah, I don't know. I have no preference in family style or relationship style. If something strikes me, I do it. It doesn't matter if it's anything at this point. There is no holy ground. But, I don't know. It just felt right for Tani's story, and I feel like it did come out really well. So I have no complaints. But I hope you all liked it. I know the session was mostly just all role play, but I hope you all had fun.
It was
Give it
all
to me.
fun.
Gotta love it.
Never bored.
All right, but with that, we're going to go ahead and end this session for today. Thank you all so much for watching. If you are still watching this, God forbid, please subscribe and or follow to see more amazing content like this. We stream Shadows That Laugh every Friday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, except for next week. We will not be here because of Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So keep that in mind. Also look out for the Ranger video on why this class is awesome tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And yeah, we'll catch you all at least for half of next week. And then after that, we'll be catching you the half of the next week after that. So it's gonna be a little time. It's gonna be good for me. Get some break time in for myself. Maybe I'll dedicate some more time to making some videos for the holidays. And if you want to possibly join us for future games, you can join us in the Discord link down below or below on Twitch. Or just talk tabletop if you're not into open play, stream kind of stuff. I completely understand. And yeah, I guess if you have any great fan art, you can also take it to the media channel on our Discord. God forbid.
Please
do.
give me the fan art.
Please, we need it.
They don't.
Yes, we do.
Anyway.
I will
Require
I will die if I don't.
All
The
right.
channel will double overnight.
That's not the audience I want. All right,
All right, everyone.
Let's go ahead and say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Everyone.
That's not what I said.
Too bad. I made it my thing, and now I can't go back. I'm committed.
Good night. I'm gonna try to deal with these degenerates.
Impossible.
Oh, we'll see.